What's up, God Killer?
What's up, God Killer?
Fortnite is a myth and a trap. And it is a game I will never play again. No, it's boring, stupid, and annoying. Now, for me, that's my take on it. I don't ask you to agree or disagree. I find it boring, stupid, and annoying. You can find it occasionally fun all you want. I'm sure you'd feel the same way about many of the games I have a tendency to play. Fortnite has made a strong attempt to ruin multiple franchises I'm a fan of, including apparently most recently Fallout. What the holy hell is going on with my damn phone? Now, you know, people will disagree with it, but I mean, here's the simple truth. Fork knife should not be taking from Fallout. It just fucking shouldn't. Because what's going to end up happening is that Fallout is going to start catching more hell than it already does unnecessarily. Because now it's a part of Fork Knife. Now you can, feel free to agree or disagree with that. But there's already a split in the Fallout community. There has been an unfortunate split in the Fallout community for quite some time. There's a split on, most recently there's a split in the community between fans of Fallout 4 and fans of 76 versus people who don't like Fallout 4 or who don't like 76. Like, it's already a community that's filled with quite a bit of chaos and controversy. Fortnite using Fallout is just going to make it worse, because there's going to be a lot of Fallout guys on either side of any of the games in the series that are going to be like, no, this is not something that should happen. And I'm one of those guys. But it's not because I don't think that Fork Knife can't fit Fallout to a certain degree pretty well within whatever fucked up version of a universe they have. I actually think they that they could fit that pretty well in there. My problem isn't with that. My problem is the division that I just know this is going to cause, or the divisions in the community that this is going to further with Fallout fans. And the potential confusion in terms of lore for Fallout that this is to some degree very likely to cause. And then I have a problem with Bethesda allowing Fork Knife to use their shit, because I am just not a Fork Knife fan. Having played the game, I actually gave it a serious shot for several weeks, for like 2-3 weeks. Just thought the game was dumb. Wasn't drawn into it. I think it's too busy with all these different franchises it keeps trying to bring in. I mean, we've got Lego, we've got Ninja Turtles, we've got Star Wars, we've got Marvel, we've got DC. Now there's The Boys, whatever fucking universe that falls into for comics and shit. I don't know who originally created that or who's printing it or whatever, but you know, now that's in there, and there's Rocket League, and there's Guitar Hero, and God, I don't even know everything fucking else. Tomb Raider. I've seen Tomb Raider skins. Like, Fork Knife has got to be the single busiest fucking game I have ever seen. And I've seen some games that were pretty fucking busy in their own ways. Most Lego games are really busy games, especially if it's a Lego crossover. Fucking Final Fantasy Tactics was a busy game because it was trying to do a whole lot of shit. Most online MMOs are really busy. But Fork Knife has got them all fucking beat. By the way, Pagan, what's up, my boy? Let's get that up. Plug in the old phone. Do this real quick. Oh, COD Killer was in here and mentioned he was playing Fork Knife with Quinn. And we started kind of talking about Fork Knife because he's like, well, it's kind of fun sometimes. I'm like, not really. To be honest, no. What up, Onyx? Ah, damn it. All right, now today scheduling is a little different than usual in terms of what happens and when. And what I mean by that is this. Normally I do my weekly PSA on Tuesdays. I didn't do it yesterday, which was Tuesday, because it was my birthday, and it's one of the only days, matter of fact, it's really the only day a year I set aside strictly to do what I want for gaming and streaming and fuck anything else that may usually happen on those days. So, I didn't do the PSA yesterday because woke up, got online, rolled some smokes, puppy sat, drank. I just had a decent day. So, we're going to go ahead and get the PSA out of the way for the week. So, again, this is my usual weekly PSA. It is a politically based PSA. So, if you don't want to hear the PSA, close your ears. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and get into this. So, here we go. Now, as usual, I'm going to talk about a variety of things that we Americans have been brainwashed into believing is true, but are not. And I'm going to give some examples and reasons why, etc. And then after that, I'm going to move on to the two-step plan that, while it won't fix all the problems here in America, it'll at least be a damn good start to correcting what's going on. So, here we go. First thing that I'm going to mention, I mentioned this first, I've been doing that for a while now, is establishment politicians. We've been brainwashed in America into believing that establishment politicians don't exist. That they are fake, it's fake news, they're a myth, etc. But that is not true. Establishment politicians are any politician that is bought and sold by the top 1% bracket of wealth, aka the ultra wealthy, in order to accomplish whatever they want to accomplish, and fuck everybody else. Now, the ultra wealthy buy these politicians, and FYI, about 90 to 95% of all politicians in our government, on Capitol Hill, Supreme Court, etc., are establishment politicians. Let's make sure that's clear right off the bat. The ultra wealthy, quote unquote, buy their politicians through what essentially amounts to legalized bribery. All right. And they do that through, quote-unquote, campaign donations and things of that nature. Regulations, which, if you look it up, have gotten looser and looser and looser, almost to the point of non-existence, over the last 30 years. Used to be that campaign, donations and things of that nature were very highly regulated to try to keep politicians honest. They're not anymore. They're really fucking not. And establishment politicians get away with what they do primarily by using what I call a smokescreen. What I mean by that is, Republicans and Democrats have these very public feuds, I guess is the best word, where they one party will talk about something and why they're for that thing, and the other party will talk about that same thing and be like why they're against it and why it's bad and blah 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 blah. But if you look below the surface at all, like any degree below the surface, and you look at what these politicians are actually presenting to Congress and the government to try to get passed into laws or bills or regulations or rules or what have you, you'll notice that a good 90-95% of what they present to be legalized into law in some way, shape, or form has nothing to do with anything they talk about publicly. Nothing at all. It's actually pretty rare that any of these arguments in recent years end up turning into bills for or against whatever they're arguing about publicly on the floors of Congress or the President's office or the Supreme Court. Instead, what you will find if you look below the surface is a series of laws or bills trying to become laws and rules and regulations that are passed or cut or slashed or removed or something along those lines that allow members of the ultra wealthy, not just here in America but worldwide, to save money by cutting more and more corners, or to pay less in taxes by utilizing things like tax shelters and breaks and cuts and things of that nature. Like, this is all very obviously there. All you gotta do is just like a couple minute search on the internet, because a lot of this is all public knowledge. So politicians and the ultra wealthy trying to tell us that establishment politicians are not a thing is a load of bullshit. And y'all need to be, aware of it, wary of it, and make sure that you're checking out what your politicians are actually trying to fucking do during their terms. Versus what they say they want to do or are trying to do during their terms. Because the two things are mostly mutually exclusive one to the other. They're not one and the same. Next point. We've been brainwashed for decades into believing in this country that at best, our version of democracy only allows two major political parties. At worst, it only allows two political parties, period. And while there may not be anything codified into law on any level that actually prevents a political party monopolization like what we have now, and unfortunately there really isn't anything to protect us against that. If you read what the founding fathers wrote about what they wanted for this country when they created our particular version of democracy, you will note one theme regarding political parties in the country that comes out very quickly. And that is that our Our founding fathers wanted a political system that fostered a sense of competition among a large variety of political parties. They make that very clear. They basically say, in their own words, that the intention behind our version of democracy was to create a system where there were, a fairly large number, fairly decent-sized number of political parties, both major and minor, in order to foster a sense of political competition and to present the American public with candidates that each American felt he or she was going to be best served by, so that they could vote for that particular candidate. It was never intended to end up being like what it is now, where every election you're basically stuck between a rock and a hard place, because you only ever get the two options. It's not how this whole rodeo of a democracy that we have is supposed to work. It's not what the founding fathers wanted. They made that very clear. But it is what it is now. We've also been brainwashed into believing for decades that our votes don't matter and that we, the people, the common American, have no political power. That is just simply not true, because to start with, hypothetically, if the majority of Americans decided not to vote in a given election, like let's say 95% of Americans decide not to vote in the upcoming election, you're going to end up with maybe 100,000 votes cast. I really don't see much more than that. 500,000 at the outside, if there was even that many. And I'm fairly certain, though I haven't actually looked this up yet, I need to look this up one of these days, but I'm fairly certain that there is a minimum number of votes that need to be cast in any election for a potential candidate to be duly elected to an office. So if the vast majority of Americans decided not to vote in a particular election, which I do not condone doing that, by the by, I just want to make that clear. This is a hypothetical. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for a lot of candidates to achieve office. Just saying. That means that every American's vote matters. Now, when the politicians say that, what they're really meaning is that they are campaigning for the votes of a very specific demographic of Americans that they know that they've already got conned into believing in their bullshit, so that they could count on those votes. And fuck every other voter. They are trying to encourage that specific demographic of voters to vote for them and their candidates. And they are trying to discourage other voters from voting for the opposing candidates. They would much rather that voters they know won't vote for them don't vote at all. And that runs in both parties. It's the same in both parties. With that said, that also means that we, the people, as the Constitution in and of itself states, are the ultimate final political power in America. It is us who decides who gets office and who doesn't, who gets power, who doesn't, etc., etc. We are the ultimate final political power in the country. So use that power. If there's candidates out there that you think would be good for the country, use your political power to try to make their names known and get them out there and make sure that they get a fair shot during the elections. Because we, the American people, definitely deserve better than the political fucking mess that we've been stuck with for at least the last 100 or so years. We definitely deserve better than that. We deserve a government that works for us, not against us. That said, let's move on to the next part. We've been taught and brainwashed into believing that we don't have any way to fight back and make our voices heard against politicians who do things that we don't agree with and or feel are detrimental to us and or Americans and or America. That's not true, especially in today's day and age. We live in the age of technology. We live in the age of social media. We live in the age of the internet. We have more ways right now to step up to the plate and fight back and make our voices heard than we have had in the history of this country, in the history of the world. So I encourage you very much to use all these methods. I encourage you to step up to the plate and, use social media, talk to your friends, your families, your neighbors, your co-workers, to communicate between individuals. On a regular basis. And make your voices heard. I encourage you to use all the methods, including the methods of peaceful protest, which we have available. And to make your voices heard. Let your politicians that you're eligible to vote for know that you're disgusted with what they're doing, that you don't like what they're doing, etc., etc., etc. Because you have that power. So exercise it. Now, do so legally. Don't break the law. But use the power that we've got as the common American with the technology we have available. Let the politicians know that you don't like what they're doing and that you're disgusted and that things need to change and change quick. Because if you don't do it, who's going to? If you don't let your voice be heard, if you don't make the effort to have your voice heard, how are things going to change? Think about it. I know that's not all the usual points I normally cover for this, but it's the points I can think of right now. Plus, I want to get into this. This is one of my favorite all-time games. So, let's move on to the final bit here. Let's move on to a two-step plan, which, like I said, while it won't fix all the problems automatically plaguing America, at the very least, it will get the ball rolling, and it will be a damn good start. All right? So, step one of the plan is this. First off, you need to find the politicians in your area who are young and progressive. By young, I mean about 26 to about 41. By progressive, I mean they have a platform where the things that they want to do are actually things that would benefit the majority of Americans, benefit the country of America as a whole, and move the country forward. Things like legalizing weed in all U.S. territory for medicinal and recreational use. Things like making the ultra-wealthy pay the same tax percentage, regardless of anything else, that every other American has to pay. Things like term limits for any and all political offices, including the Supreme Court. Things like that. Things that would benefit the country and the country's people and would move this country forward into this millennium and any millenniums that are to come. As well as, things that could save the planet. Once you find the names of the politicians who are running on these kinds of platforms, the next step in this, the next part to this first step is verifying that they're not just running their mouths and spewing hot air. So what you got to do is you look up their personal and or political backgrounds. And you make sure that their backgrounds line up with the platforms that they're running on, because that'll go a long way towards proving that they're being honest and sincere with the American people. Now, once you get those names winnowed down to, a set number that fit these qualifications, the final part to this first step is to get their name out there. All right? Because I give credit where credit's due, good, bad, or neutral. And one thing I will give Republicans and Democrats all the credit in the world for is that they have been very good over the decades of squashing any candidate or party that refuses to toe the Republican or the Democrat line. They have been very good at that. They have made it into almost an art form. A terrible art form, but an art form nonetheless. Look at what happened with the Tea Party several years ago. Look at what happened with Ross Perot back in the 90s. Just to name a couple of examples I use all the time. And there's more out there. I just don't know the names off the top of my head. But look at what happened with them and others. Democrats just squashed them. We haven't had an independent candidate be on a ballot or in a debate for 20 years. Over 20 years now. Not since Ross Perot. And he barely made it on ballots or into the debates because of the Republicans and the Democrats. Like, they really hate any candidate or political party that could possibly begin to challenge the power that they've accrued for themselves. So, get the candidates' names out there that meet these qualifications. They're young, they're progressive, and their backgrounds back up the platforms that they run on. Use social media to get their names out there. Call radio stations, call TV stations, email radio stations, email TV stations, send snail mail to TV stations and to radio stations. Talk to your friends, your family, your neighbors, your co-workers, etc., etc., etc. There's all kinds of ways to get the names out there so that Republicans and Democrats can't just squash these potential candidates and prevent them from getting on the ballots and into the debates. Let's start providing America with that sense of competition, politically speaking, that we've deserved to have for decades and we haven't had. Let's give American candidates that could honestly help fix the problems this country faces. Once all that's accomplished, your final step is to do something that I know is a pain in the ass, but it needs doing, and that's vote. Alright? I know voting's a pain in the ass. I get it. I do. I understand. But if we don't vote, then we're not making any effort to change the country. And frankly, if you don't vote, you don't have the right, as far as I'm concerned, to bitch about the state our country's in. Pretty plain and simple. So that's the PSA for the week. I honestly don't remember exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here. It's been a while since I played this. Okay, so I'm looking for Shauna. Alright, Shauna would have been kidnapped by, Emperor What's-His-Face. More a matter of trying to remember where I need to go. I think if memory serves me right, I fought the Divine Dragon recently. Honestly, don't remember what the last bit of story or whatever I did was. Yo, Dank! What up, dude? Hey, Pokemon in the chat. I know I did the side quest with the Dragoons of long ago. Okay, so that's taking me even further back. I honestly don't remember where the fuck I'm at. Obviously, I'm not supposed to be here. I think I need to be up here. Well, it's the right disc anyways. Okay, I think I have a slightly better idea where I'm at. Let me look up a walkthrough real quick so I can reacquaint myself with what I'm doing. So I did Rogue. Okay, so I did Aglis. I did that. Polter armor, what is that? Oh, I don't care. Legend cask, huh? What is that? Okay, that's not bad. I think I have the item which makes that impossible to complete anyways. Maybe I don't. Oh, I do. So I couldn't do that even if I wanted to at this point. So if I can make 60 grand, I can go to Denigrad and Lohan and get some really good armor and stuff. Do I have the Signet Spear? Oh, okay, that's all that crap. Alright, folks, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to read up on this a bit while I'm in there, try to figure out where I'm at. Y'all hang tight for a few minutes. I'll be back as soon as I can. Bathroom break and coffee run. Alright, chat, I'm back, and I think I finally figured out where in the game I left off. So I need to make about 60,000. There's some equipment I need to gather. Oof. So what that means is I've got a whole lot of fighting coming ahead of me. So this is going to be interesting because basically I'm just going to be fighting. Gonna be a whole lot of training, but that's kind of good because it's been months since I played this, so my reflexes for the stuff is gonna be way off. I'm gonna have to relearn my additions. Ah, shit. Fuck. Ah, fuck that up. I could basically just stand here and pick fights. And since I have to fucking train anyways, hey look, Pokemon in chat. Get your Pokeballs out. Might as well do some addition training while I'm here. Start trying to get the timing down on some of these other additions. Wrong button. Right timing, wrong button. Motherfucker. Damn it. That shit starts going real fast, though. Fuck. I really don't like Haschel. Or King Albert, rather. Oh, fucked it up at the last second. Gotta be an easier place to fucking train. That'll make more money. Huh. I might have to start fucking remembering these maps too. Okay. Just trying to find the fucking inn. Because I do not remember where the hell it's at. Damn it. Not what I was trying to fucking do. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Where is the fucking inn in this goddamn city? Apparently there's not an inn here. Which is very fucking stupid. I remember this city being somewhat on the difficult end to navigate. Just gotta take fucking boats. It's really kind of fucking annoying. That's not what I was trying to do. Hey, look, Pokemon in chat. Let's get those Pokeballs out. There we go. Ah, okay, yeah, I can train here. It won't be a whole lot of money, but it'll give me a chance to start working on additions. Trying to get this fucking timing back down. Fuck. Ah, something I could beat on for a little bit. without fear of taking too much damage. God damn it. I keep forgetting to switch. It's really just not that good of an area to train at, though. think the last time I played this, I was attempting to beat the Divine Dragoon Spirit. Ah, god damn it. I always fucking forget. I'm supposed to hit. I was supposed to hit square when that happens. Like there, I hit it just the wrong time. Damn. Oh, that timing was close. God damn it! Boy, they really just don't like Albert. Every attack has been... Almost every attack has been on Albert. About time we had him attack somebody other than Albert for the most part. The only other one that's taken an actual attack has been Dart. He can fucking take it. Ah. Fucked up the timing there. Yup. Wild Clay Doll. Let's get those Pokeballs out, folks. Oh, fucked it up on the last step. There we go. I almost got the full. Missed the square. Hit the square, but wrong timing. Damn it. I hate when they just fucking... I hate monsters that's like, oh hey, we're the AI, we're gonna go ahead and just have our guy counter every move that you make just because, you know, we want to. Not because it makes any fucking sense for the monster to fucking do so. I hate it when the AI does that. It's fucking annoying. Ah. I've made this complaint before. If my attacks kill them, how the fuck are they going to pull a counter move during the battle? If I'm hitting him enough with enough damage to finish killing them, then pulling a counter move in that process seems unrealistic, dumb, impossible even. Like mid combo I get, if the combo's not already gonna kill him. Oh, but see, like that, he should have been able to pull the counter. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Excellent. Let's work on Kongol's Dragoon level. Alright, this one's gonna be a tough nut. Ouch. that was close. Missed timing, but not by much. Really? Sworn that timing was dead on. Oh, now Congo finally gets a fucking Christ, dude. That third hit. That's what's fucking me up. Great. Water spirits or something. Alright. Well, now this nonsense will start. Really? How the fuck am I gonna miss? Four times in a goddamn row. See if this changes the odds in my favor on hitting. There we go. Damn. Hello, just Kiki. How you doing? How'd you find me? I'm awake, I think. Not sure about that. Never am. So how'd you find me, Kiki? You know, that one enemy reminds me of Voldo from Tekken. What is with this aggression versus Kongo? That is literally the only guy in this battle that's been attacked so far. It's been Kongo. Holy shit, they actually hit somebody other than Kongal. I am switching back to 4 gods. I'm not getting that fucking timing. God, he is so fucking slow. Like, they're only letting me attack with Kongal like once every like 4 or 5 fucking attacks. Which is insane. Realize Kongal's a Giganto and all, but Ah, great. More of these fucking Spectre things. And shit, I forgot to do the thing. And of course, fucking miss. It's two of my guys. Alright, two, that's one move and 4 for my... Wow, they really got Congo all kinds of fucking slow. Like, really fucking slow. Alright, I've got his pursuit up to a level 3. I need 11 more for 4, and then I think it's 80 after that, so 91. Then I can switch to Inferno. I hate fighting ghosts. Their dodge capacity is insanely high. Makes trying to level additions and shit so much harder. Oh, fuck, are you kidding me? Really? Come on, dude! Didn't even give him a fucking chance to do anything. Oh, we're just gonna concentrate all these attacks, like 5 fucking attacks in a row, on Congo, including 2 massive magical attacks. Oh, I hate it when this game fucking pulls that shit. And then it takes like 4 moves from the other 2 for me to be able to get 1 out of Congo. So I don't get a chance to fucking heal him. Put him on the fucking defensive. Fucking whore. Of course he took the fucking... Oh, god damn it. And of course I can't hit this guy worth a shit. Hate fighting the fucking specters. Such a royal pain in the ass. Christ, dude. Just trying to make the fucking money is what I'm trying to do. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, folks, and grab some coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. Took a little bit longer than anticipated, folks. Sorry about that. So there's some armor stuff that I'm working on getting. It's why we're on a training day today with this. Because each one of them is going to run me 10 grand a shot. If I'm going to try to beat this game successfully, again, these items are items that I will most likely require. And even if I don't like require them, I still kind of want to get them because they're some of the strongest shit in the game. Like this seller here. Sells that thing, which is 10 grand a pop. And would significantly improve the defenses of each one of my characters. There's a guy in this is Denigrad. There's a guy in Lohan here that sells something that I kind of want to get my hands on too as well. And there's I think it's an optional boss. I don't think I actually have to do him. But there's a boss fight here that, not in Aglis here, over in Mayfield. That I don't remember if I actually finished or not. If I didn't finish it, it's pretty tough, but it's worth doing for the simple fact that you make some decent experience and items and stuff out of it. There we go. Shit. Well, that was dumb. That pisses me off. I don't know who the fuck is on current, but Oh yeah, I'm good training over here for a little bit. Think I should be able to train here anyways. There we go. There's a space to run around and circle in. Should be some level appropriate opponents. Alright. 2 moves already by my other 2. Three by the other 2 before Congo gets his chance to do his thing. Apparently, Congo's the only one allowed to attack. Or rather, be attacked, because that was... that was 4 by the other 2, before you got a chance to move. Hey, Wild Curlia! Pokemon in chat! Get those Pokeballs out! You know, now that I think about it, somebody else needs to train up some addition stuff. Put Rose in there. My Dark Dragoon, who, if people remember correctly, we learned some important stuff about her history. About who and what she is. Ah. You fucking assholes. That motherfucker ran away from me. Not much for rewards here. Probably the easiest place to train is right here. And I mean easy in the sense of I don't have to move. I just put my character in a spot and guaranteed to get fights. See? I barely come into the screen and already got jumped. God damn it. Motherfucker. Alright, that's 4 straight attacks on him by the opposing creatures. 5. With him not being allowed to answer any of it. I mean, I've got 3 characters in a fight. 2 of them higher level than Kongal. But in the last dozen or so fights that I've had Kongal, he's been hit at least 60 to 75% of the time. Look at that. Again, just straight after Kongal. No hesitation whatsoever. Alright. Kitty Cine. Finny boy. Alright, that's dealt with. Who the fuck is this? 73 fucking lappers. I don't know you. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah, I can just stand there. Like, no problem. Wow, they finally attacked somebody other than, Ah, shit. Fuck that up. Finally attacked somebody other than Congo, though. Where's that put his base addition? No. 5460. Wow, I fucked that up that badly? Wow. Out of the last 9 attacks, Congo's been hit 7 times. Out of the last 10 now. God damn it. Fuck. I am just fucking up every damn thing. Seven out of 13 attacks have hit him recently, and only like 4 out of 13 for him. The ratios are just off pretty badly. Okay, it's that final, what I'm guessing is the final hit. Hello, Snoogins? And you came in here to tell me you're watching Street Sharks. Okay. I don't know why you came in here to tell me that. I've seen the show. I actually thought it was pretty terrible. And realistically it was. But you can't blame the show per se, because in that era they had a lot of stuff that was based on various things like video games, anime, mangas, comics, etc. And a lot of it was pretty terrible. Take, for example, the Double Dragon cartoon. Let's be realistic, that cartoon sucks. Now, I've watched it, and there are parts to it that I enjoy, but realistically, it was a horrible, horrible adaptation of the video games. And then you got the Double Dragon live action movie, which was so bad, it made the cartoon look good. Like, the Double Dragon live action film was nearly as bad as the straight up fighting game version of Double Dragon, which was really, really bad. It was as bad as the Turtles, the Ninja Turtles fighting game that they did. Oh, it's. Okay, have you seen the first live action Mario Brothers movie, Snoo? Did you ever watch that epic disaster in filmography? No, I don't mean the recent one that was half animated, half not, or mostly animated, but kind of sort of took place in the real world. But they did it in an animated film fashion, so it's kind of IRL too. I don't mean the recent one with Jack Black as Bowser, if memory serves me right. No, I mean the one from the 90s. You've seen that film. Because if you've seen it, you can't deny that that movie is fucking terrible. Especially as a live-action adaptation of the Mario Brothers video games and or cartoon shows. No, it's so terrible, it's terrible. Like, I can't watch it anymore. I've seen it like 3 times all the way through my life, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. Damn it! Well, that one I kind of fucked up on purpose. I'm trying to get Congo to get an attack in. There he goes. That one I was actually making an effort at. Fucking Christ. Alright, ad should be over. So, the reason I bring up the Mario Brothers movie from the 90s is this. I would rather watch the Mario Brother movie from the 1990s over Double Dragon. The live action Double Dragon movie. I mean, the live action Double Dragon movie was really that bad. It really was. It was that fucking terrible. And I'm not gonna lie, like, the Mortal Kombat films from the 90s were really bad too, but it wasn't the acting. Like, there was only really one aspect of the MK films that I thought was just terrible. And bear with me because this kind of requires a little bit of an explanation. So, Mortal Kombat is about the special moves and the fatalities and the brutalities, all of that. Okay? That's what Mortal Kombat is about. People don't watch Mortal Kombat or play Mortal Kombat for the fucking story. Even though there's a lot of really, 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 really deep lore to it. And I've actually kind of sort of been delving into that lore off and on over the last like 5 or 6 years. Because I didn't realize how deep it was. The vast majority of people who are into Mortal Kombat aren't into it because of the lore. They're not into it because of character backstories or realm backstory or any of that. They're into it for the blood and gore aspect of Mortal Kombat. That's what they want. That's why they're into it. That's why they play it. That's why they watch it. And even today, even having delved into the lore behind shit a little bit, like I have for the last like 6 years, I still say that this was the one part of the 2 Mortal Kombat films in the 90s that they fucked up. And this is why those movies are bad. Okay? It's because there was a very distinctive lack of special moves and fatalities and brutalities and all of that kind of thing in the 90s movies, which never made sense to me. Like in Mortal Kombat 1, the movie, back in like, what was it, 97? I think it was. You saw, including brutalities, fatalities, etc., you saw, all told, over the course of a 90-minute film, like a dozen special moves and fatalities and stuff like that. Over the course of a film that was 90 fucking minutes. Give or take a few minutes. Now, Mortal Kombat 2, the sequel movie, had like 8 or 10 special moves and fatalities and stuff in it. All told, again, over the course of around 90 minutes. There just wasn't a lot to it. Now, I appreciate that the films tried to go more story mode than blood and gore mode. I appreciate that. I love a good story-driven movie. I do. It really is a fantastic thing to me. But we're talking Mortal Kombat. We're talking a movie and a franchise that is all about the iconic blood and gore. It is single-handedly probably the most bloodiest and goriest franchise on the market. You would think, even with the limitations of technology available in the 90s, that they would have tried to play up that aspect. But they really didn't. Like, I don't think more than 3 people died in either film. Honestly, not more than 3 per film, at most. Now, the other fuck up in those 2 movies was, oh yeah, I've seen the new one. I love the new one. The new one is fucking amazing. There is a fantastic balance between the story and the use of special moves and fatalities and things like that. I am looking forward to the sequel. I really am. Plus, they brought in lesser known characters in the new one to have them play roles that they should, that they deserve to play, which I really appreciate, because these are characters that have been barely used in anything else Mortal Kombat. Like, these are characters that might be in, like, maybe 3 of the video games. They might have shown up maybe 3-4 times in the comics. Like, they just haven't gotten the exposure that the characters should have gotten. But the new remake Mortal Kombat film gave them some exposure, which I felt was long overdue. And like I was saying, the new MK film did a fantastic job of using blood and gore, like special moves, fatalities, things like that, combined with a very well-balanced counterpoint to the story mode. So you had a really good story mode for everybody except the main character, because the main character in the new movie doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I'm hoping we get some more serious backstory to him in a follow-up MK film, because there's supposed to be a sequel coming out. So I'm hoping the sequel will kind of explain the backstory. I gotta ask, Snook, do you care if I give you a minor spoiler for the new Mortal Kombat film? The newest one. Okay, so minor spoiler. The main character is a blood descendant of Hanzo Hasashi, aka Scorpion. Like, we're talking a blood descendant, like, somewhere between about 150 to 300 years after Hanzo lived. And what happens with Hanzo Hasashi and his family. Like, they kept the backstory between Scorpion and Sub-Zero and made that one of the two major central conflicts of the story in the new movie. So you have two major central conflicts. You have the Mortal Kombat tournament, which is pitting Earthrealm's fighters versus Outworld's to save Earthrealm. But right alongside that conflict, you have the very personal conflict of Bihan Sub-Zero, the original Sub-Zero, Bihan, not his brother later on, Kuai Liang, which is the second Sub-Zero. So you have Bihan Sub-Zero versus Hanzo Hasashi Scorpion as the second massive conflict in the movie. And they do a fantastic job of balancing the combat and the blood and guts, the two major conflicts, and the story. Like, you have these four big aspects in the film. You have the fighting, you have special moves and fatality usage and stuff like that. You have the story mode, and you have these two side-by-side huge conflicts which compromise the entirety of the film, more or less. Ending with the final conflict that basically resolves things between Bihan and Hanzo Hasashi, aka Scorpion and Sub-Zero, which is all leading up to basically the first official Mortal Kombat tournament in this film franchise. Because they sort of have a Mortal Kombat tournament in the movie, like a mini tourney, but it's not actually a tourney. It's an invasion storyline on the part of Outworld versus Earthrealm. Where basically Shang Tsung is being Shang Tsung and super shady about the tournament because there's an upcoming tournament. And, you know, obviously Raiden is recruiting Earthrealm fighters for the tournament. But in this, they really reveal in the new movie a much darker, a much more vile personality and history to the character of Shang Tsung, and a much darker take on the Mortal Kombat tournament between Earthrealm and Outworld and how things play out in terms of that tournament. Because in this one, they've got Shang Tsung doing some shady shit to guarantee Outworld victories in the Outworld versus Earthrealm Mortal Kombat tournaments. Like, they really do a fantastic job of really showing Shang Tsung as this super shady, super evil character. And oh no, this is worse and more shady than he was ever in any of the video game stories. Like, he is far more evil and a far shadier character in terms of how he approaches the missions and tasks that he's given by Emperor Shao Kahn than he's been in any video game, even the newest Mortal Kombat. Oh, it gets worse than that. It gets worse than that, and I don't want to spoil what he does, because what he does is such an integral aspect to the entirety of the storyline in the new movie. Like, it's really an integral aspect to Outworld's entire approach to the Mortal Kombat tournament between Outworld and Earthrealm. And I kind of feel like if I spoiled what happens, like what Shao Kahn sanctions Shang Tsung to do, that it would kind of really just ruin the entirety of the film. All I'm going to say in terms of storyline stuff is the story starts in Old World Japan, like somewhere between at least 150 to about 300 years ago. Really? After Congo again? Ah, damn it! I need to get it down again. And there he goes on Congo again. God damn it! And I even fuck his up. Son of a bitch. Alright, ads should be over. So, like I was saying, the only part of the story mode I'm gonna give you any hint to is that, the film starts in what we would consider ancient Japan. And we get to see, at least in part, one of the biggest driving motivations for any of the characters in Mortal Kombat history. We get to see what happened exactly, at least in part. And it really helps you from a visual point to understand why this particular character ended up becoming who he or she ended up becoming, and why this character became who he or she became. This is the first time visually, in terms of visual media, like TV, like any type of animated or live action TV show or a film, where we see this particular aspect to a character's backstory and history on the screen. It's the first time that happens, and it really helps you, I think, understand on a visceral level, why this character becomes who and what he or she becomes in the modern era that the most of the film is set in. It also, in terms of what happens with Jax, is a lot more realistic than, like, okay, so you know how in everything Mortal Kombat before this new film and before the newest video game, which is basically a complete reset of the main Mortal Kombat timeline, which is like the fourth one in the last 20 years that we've gotten, by the by, in case you weren't aware of that. You know how the upgrade to his arms that Jax gets, almost always it's a biomechanical overlay that Jax gets put on his arms. It's not that Jax actually gets his arms, ripped out or destroyed somehow. It's like he just gets this biomechanical overlay put on that increases his abilities and gives him certain powers he didn't have before he got the biomechanical overlay on his arms. Like, that's the story for Jax's arms in most things Mortal Kombat before the new film. I'm just going to warn you, don't necessarily expect them to continue with that for Jax. What happens with Jax is far more brutal than almost anything we've seen with the character and what happens to that character's arms in almost anything Mortal Kombat that's come before this movie. Like, he gets fucked up. Like, I mean, really fucked up. In the new movie. Like, out of anybody in the movie who gets injured and or may die in some way, shape, or form, what happens to Jax is, in my mind, one of the two most brutal fucking things in the entire film. I won't say who I feel the other character is that gets one of the two most brutal things in the movie. I think you can guess, given what I've said about the film. But yeah, what they do with Jax, and don't get me wrong, I love how they play out what happens to Jax. I fucking love it. I love every part to it. I felt it was so well done, both in terms of how it fits into the story, in terms of the cinematic effort put into it, like all of it. I love everything about how they do it. And I felt it was about fucking time that they did something like this with the character to really put some backbone into how he gets his powers, his storyline, everything. But it's a brutal enough sequence in the film that I would not recommend allowing children to watch it. It's really that brutal. Like, anyone under, I'd say, age 12 should not be allowed to watch it. And even ages 12 to 14 are iffy on whether or not they should be allowed to watch that sequence. It's really that fucking brutal. At least in my mind, it's that brutal. You can watch the sequence for yourself. You may agree with me on that. You may disagree with me on that. That's entirely up to you. And we can have an educated adult discussion about, all things in the film. Especially these two particular sequences I'm talking about. One being Jax, the other being, I'm sure you can guess it. And if you can't, you'll know once you watch the movie. But they really did Jax proud, I think. I don't feel they did Jax dirty with the sequence that I'm talking about. I actually think it makes perfect fucking sense. Now, the way they replace his arms later in the film, that's kind of on the questionable end. It's some weird Mortal Kombat fucked up shit. So it's just kind of one of those, because Mortal Kombat, the movie says so, type deals. I think it's a little bit questionable. I think it's a little bit weird and out there even for MK. But given that it's Mortal Kombat, I mean, pretty much anything and everything is on the table. So it kind of makes sense. Let me double check something. I have a large variety of streaming services. Alright, Peacock won't have it. Give me a minute. If you have HBO Max, you can watch it. That's the wrong thing. It's going in for something else. HBO Max has a bunch of Mortal Kombat stuff on it, including the old 90s films. Let me check a few other things. Even if you got the extension, you wouldn't be able to watch it on Hulu. Let me check Paramount Plus. I'm pretty sure Amazon Prime Video carries it. No, I'm not seeing it on Paramount. Check Netflix. I doubt Netflix will have it. Well, if you could get HBO Max, you could watch it there. And HBO Max has a lot of great content. There's a lot of stuff on there I really enjoy. Oh wow, there's a Tekken movie on Netflix. Pretty sure I've seen it before, but I do like the films for that stuff. I'm huge into Tekken lore, although I don't honestly know a lot about it, which is unfortunate for me. Netflix has the 2021 Mortal Kombat film. They also have some other Mortal Kombat, like the newer stuff from Mortal Kombat Legends, the animated stuff. They have a bunch of that too. So, Netflix and HBO Max, that's what you want. If you want to watch the new Mortal Kombat movie and anything else Mortal Kombat. Except for the old Mortal Kombat TV show, that you're going to want Amazon Prime Video for and YouTube. Depending on whether you want to watch the old Mortal Kombat cartoon, Mortal Kombat Defenders of the Realm, which was just fucking terrible and only had 13 episodes, which I think you can only really watch on YouTube right now. But last I knew, Amazon Prime had all the seasons of the old live-action TV show that was going on back during the WCW Professional Wrestling Organization days, when it was WCW versus ECW versus WWF slash WWE. So there you go. See, I am helpful. I need to go to the restroom real quick and go grab some coffee. I will be back in a few. While I'm gone, do me a favor and tell me how you found me. Did you find me through Discord server? Did you just look this game up? Oh, well, I mean, okay. Be back in a few. Stay. Dumbass. Alright, back. And you should be back from ads. Gotta fucking deal with that one too. Be nice to the children playing that online. If you know they're a kid, give them a win now and then. Yeah, Reptile's fucking broke in that game. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen tournament gameplay and Reptile's fucking broke. Fuck Reptile. He's one of the lesser used characters. I like him. But fuck Reptile. Reptile could suck a dick. I do love his story in the game, though. I really do. I thought his story in the game was so much fun. And it made actually quite a bit of sense. Like, there was a definitive logical progression to the storyline of Reptile in the game. Yeah, I could go to YouTube and watch it. Not that hard, dude. Yeah, I've seen the story mode movie on YouTube. It's like fucking 4 or 5 hours long. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I enjoyed it. My only beef, and this is more of a personal beef, because I understand why they did this. It actually makes sense in terms of the story. My only beef is that they turned Bi-Han into Sub-Zero and Kuai Liang into Scorpion, and they basically just forgot about Hanzo Hasashi, who is supposed to be Scorpion. And they don't really explain why that happens. Just like they don't really explain why the Lin Kuei exist, but Scorpion's clan, the Ryu, I don't remember the name of it, but I know you know what I'm talking about. They don't explain why that clan doesn't really exist or make a difference at all. Like, no impact in the story. Well, no, because remember, Bi-Han was a douchebag in basically everything Mortal Kombat for what he's in. That's kind of the reason why when Bi-Han was killed in everything Mortal Kombat before, he ends up becoming Noob Saibot, because of the sorceries of what's his face that shoots the necro skull thingies. Yeah, the first Sub-Zero's real name is Bi-Han, spelled like this. The second Sub-Zero, his name is this. It's Kuai Liang, spelled, I think, like that. And Quan Chi was the guy I was thinking of. And Bi-Han, in all the storylines prior to the new stuff, to this new game, Bi-Han is the original Sub-Zero. He's killed in the first tournament that they show us anything about, which is technically the 10th in a series of 10, where if Outworld had won it, Outworld would have taken over through the tournaments. But it's the first tournament that we're shown in MK lore that Earthrealm wins because of Liu Kang. Liu Kang being the chosen one. In that tournament, the first ever Mortal Kombat tournament we were ever introduced to in Mortal Kombat 1, the video game, which is all about that tournament, Bi-Han, as part of the story, the official, actual lore story for the game, Bi-Han dies at the hands of Scorpion. And Scorpion kills him specifically because at that point we are told that Bi-Han had murdered Scorpion's family and clan. And then Scorpion himself, and then Quan Chi got hold of Scorpion's soul, took it down to the Nether Realm, which is essentially the underworld, and turned Scorpion, or Hanzo Hasashi, into Scorpion, giving him his powers. And then after Scorpion kills Bi-Han, Quan Chi again gets a hold of Bi-Han's soul in the Nether Realm and twists it through his magic, his sorcery, into Noob Saibot. That's how Hanzo Hasashi became Scorpion in everything Mortal Kombat up to the brand new game. And that's how Bi-Han, the original Sub-Zero, becomes Noob Saibot in everything up to the brand new MK1 game. Like, this is explained and talked about in everything Mortal Kombat except for the 90s films. Like, you can't play a Mortal Kombat game without getting that story aspect to Bi-Han and Hanzo Hasashi. It's also why Kuai Liang ends up taking over the mantle of Sub-Zero. Now, another aspect to the story of Scorpion versus Bi-Han, and then later versus Kuai Liang for a short time as Sub-Zero. Another aspect to that story is we find out in, I think it was Mortal Kombat 4, that while, yes, the Lin Kuei were involved in the attack on Hanzo Hasashi and his family and clan, it was not Bi-Han leading them. It turns out it was Quan Chi disguised through sorcery as Bihan, aka Sub-Zero, that led that attack on Scorpion, his clan, and his family, and killed them all. No, it was Quan Chi who was actually behind it, because of he was doing the bidding of Raiden and Shao Kahn's father, the Elder God, the fallen Elder God, that later ends up impacting Mortal Kombat storylines pretty heavily. God, I can't remember the guy's name. Shinnok. Shinnok, that's who it is. Shinnok is the father of Raiden and Shao Kahn. And prior to anything that we ever got for Mortal Kombat, the story goes that, and we don't see this until like MK10 and 11, is when we start really getting into the story. Basically, at one point, prior to the events of the original Mortal Kombat game back in the 90s, Mortal Kombat 1, that version of it, Shinnok attempted to kill his fellow Elder Gods and take over and merge all the realms. Of course, they're going after Kongo. Okay, give me a minute to finish this. Okay. So, as you saw if you played the story mode of MK11, Kronika is Shinnok's mother and one of the original gods of the Mortal Kombat multiverse. Okay? Kronika gave birth to two kids. I can't remember Shinnok's sister's name. She's a fighter in MK11 that you can play as, and she's actually kind of fucking broken if you know how to use her. But stuff happened, and she became like the keeper of time, blah, 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 blah. Now, at one point, after Kronika gave birth to Shinnok and his sister, Shinnok had given birth to, Shinnok's wife or whatever had given birth to Shao Kahn and Raiden. Okay? Now, centuries, even eons after the birth of Shao Kahn and Raiden, Shao Kahn hatched a plan to try to take over the main Mortal Kombat universe and possibly all of the Mortal Kombat multiverse. What's up, COD lady? He attempted to kill his fellow Elder Gods as a means to do so. He was beaten. He was imprisoned. Sometime around about the time he was imprisoned in the Netherrealm, Quan Chi and him came in contact, and he recruited Quan Chi. Quan Chi ends up beginning this massive, eons-long plan to help Shinnok escape and help Shinnok achieve his goals. Kill the Elder Gods, take over the realms, merge the realms into one realm, etc., etc., etc. That's Shinnok's whole deal. Sometime during the capture of Shinnok, apparently Johnny Cage's family became imbued with special powers. Those special powers were apparently intended primarily to fight Shinnok and his minions. Mostly Shinnok. Now, during this time, Shinnok's son, Shao Kahn, is also making a bid to merge the realms. And he hatches multiple plots. Now, by this point, the other surviving Elder Gods had created the Mortal Kombat tournament and had decreed that the only way to merge one realm with another realm was to fight a series of Mortal Kombat tournaments, and if one of the realms involved won 10 in a row, they got to make the decision about whether the realms were merged or not. Well, Shao Kahn started with some smaller realms, got his fighters to win 10 Mortal Kombat tournaments in a row, and got to merge the realms, which enlarged Outworld, which was the realm he started off in. He started off... Yeah, I think he started off in Outworld initially. That's changed in the new story. Now, mind you, these Mortal Kombat tournaments are held like once every 100 years. So you're holding 10 tournaments over a 1,000-year period of time. So every eon, there are 10 Mortal Kombat tournaments between the realm wanting to invade and merge with the other realm. Now, if during the course of that 10 tournament sequence, one realm wins, the realm being attacked wins a tournament, it resets the 10 tournament requirement. Because the Elder Gods specifically stated that the realm wishing to merge with another realm has to win 10 consecutive Mortal Kombat tournaments. Not just 10 over a period of time. It has to be 10 consecutive, 10 in a row. If they lose during that 10 tournament set, then the entire set is reset, and then they have to win 10 in a row again. They have to go for that 10 in a row a second time. Ad infinitum. Okay? That's how that's supposed to work as per the rules and everything that were decreed by the elder gods of Mortal Kombat. Now, I bring all that up because it's all important in one way, shape, or form to one degree or another in all of this. So, I said earlier that Shinnok got himself imprisoned after attempting to take over the realms by, at least in part, by slaying his fellow elder gods. Obviously, he failed. The elder gods beat him. They stripped him of his status as an elder god, though he retained many of his powers. And they imprisoned him in the Nether Realm. Now, the Nether Realm has always been Quan Chi's realm. That's where Quan Chi has been for God knows how long. I don't know if he was born there, but he certainly lived a fair bit of his life in the Nether Realm, or the Underworld, if you'd rather think of it that way. They're the same thing as it concerns Mortal Kombat lore. So, at some point after Shinnok is imprisoned in the Nether Realm, Quan Chi finds him somehow, comes in contact, and starts working for Shinnok to fulfill Shinnok's plan to get free and fulfill his desires to kill his fellow elder gods, take over all the realms, become the only real god in Mortal Kombat, and merge all the realms into one. A realm of darkness that's, I guess, to his liking. Like, that's basically the points, the major points to Shinnok's plan. Alright? As part of that plan, Quan Chi impersonated Bi-Han, got the Lin Kuei to attack Hanzo Hasashi, his family, and his clan, who were a rival clan to the Lin Kuei to begin with, and killed Hanzo Hasashi. But first, Quan Chi killed Hanzo Hasashi's family basically in front of Hanzo Hasashi. Then he kills Hanzo Hasashi. Hanzo Hasashi's soul goes to the Nether Realm. Quan Chi captures it. He uses his sorcery to twist it, turning Hanzo Hasashi into Scorpion as part of his plan to help Shinnok. Later down the road, during the 10th in a row tournament, the 10th tournament of 10 in a row, at this point, the Outworld fighters had won 9 straight tournaments against Earthrealm. This was the 10th. If they won this particular tournament, Outworld takes over Earthrealm. Quan Chi enters the battle through the personage of Scorpion. And as part of what he did to Scorpion, he tricked Scorpion into believing that Bi-Han had led the Lin Kuei attack on his family, his village, and himself, and killed them all. When in reality, the Sub-Zero you see in that sequence turns out to be Quan Chi in disguise, as we find out in, like, Mortal Kombat 4, I think it was. So, Scorpion wants to obviously get his hands on Bi-Han, who's Sub-Zero at the time. Not Grandmaster Sub-Zero, just a Lin Kuei fighter with Edenian powers over ice. That's something most people don't know, is that Bihan, Kuai Liang, Bihan's brother, Smoke, Cyrax, Sector, and the other Lin Kuei ninjas that were granted names as part of Mortal Kombat lore, the vast majority of them have Edenian blood from years back, centuries, eons back. Edenians came to Earthrealm. I think it was during the time when Shao Kahn was busy conquering Edenia and stayed in Earthrealm, had families, and their powers passed on through their bloodline to their progeny down the line. So that's the biological history of many of the named Lin Kuei ninjas, is they're half human, half Edenian. Something most people don't realize about them. That's the case with Bihan and Kuai Liang, is they're of Edenian and human stock. They're a mixture of Edenian and human blood. That's why they have the powers that they do. So, getting back to this 10th tournament out of 10, that if Outworld wins, like I said, they take over Earthrealm. So, this is 1,000 years after the first Mortal Kombat tournament between Outworld and Earthrealm. Alright? So you have a sense of the timeline here. At some point during that tournament, Scorpion fights Bihan as Sub-Zero and kills him. Because, again, he believes Bihan was the one who led the Lin Kuei to murder his clan, his family, and himself. Doesn't realize at the time that that's not what happened. So, Bihan dies in that first tournament. This causes two things to happen. The first thing that happens is it causes Bihan's younger brother, Kuai Liang, to take over the mantle of Sub-Zero, because they share the same powers. The second thing that happens, and this is probably more important, because this is all a part of the plan that Shinnok and Quan Chi have been working on for several eons at this point. Shinnok gets a hold of Bihan's soul. And much like he did with the soul of Hanzo Hasashi, to turn Hanzo Hasashi into Scorpion, an undead warrior of the Netherrealm, Quan Chi takes the soul of Bihan and twists it through his sorcery into a character called Noob Saibot. Using magic from another realm, like a realm of shadows, like liquid shadows and shit. I don't know what the realm's name is. I never learned it. But that's essentially how the original Sub-Zero becomes Noob Saibot. Now, Noob Saibot is in conflict with Scorpion, and honestly, with his younger brother, Kuai Liang, who now bears the mantle of Sub-Zero and is on his way to becoming eventually Grand Master of the Lin Kuei. Also on his way to helping redeem the soul Ads should be over. So, like, all of this history is instrumental because, as we learn in Mortal Kombat 11, all of this shit ends up being, to some degree, part of the plan for Shinnok to get free with the help of Quan Chi. Like, that's the entire point of a lot of this. The Cyber Initiative with the Lin Kuei, that's, to some degree, a part of Shinnok's plot through Quan Chi to get free. The death of Hanzo Hasashi, his family, and his clan, all a part of the plot to free Shinnok from the Netherrealm prison that the Elder Gods put him in when he attempted to take over all those eons ago. It's all a part of the plot, essentially, of Shinnok and Quan Chi. Some of the bosses, the alternate bosses that aren't Shang Tsung, Shinnok, or Shao Kahn, those all, to some degree, feed in to the plot of Shinnok and Quan Chi. Like, basically, the storyline of every Mortal Kombat game, comic, all of that ends up in one way or another, to some degree, feeding in and being a part of the plot of Shinnok and Quan Chi to free Shinnok and help Shinnok take over the realms, kill the Elder Gods, and merge everything into one that Shinnok rules over. It's all a part of the plot. What isn't a part of that plot is the continuation of the Johnny Cage bloodline with the special powers that we first hear about in MK10. We first really start finding out about that back history to Johnny Cage's bloodline and the special powers and how they got him and what they're for. They're all to fight Shinnok and Shinnok's demon hordes, and to beat Shinnok, prevent him from accomplishing his goals. This is why Johnny Cage has the powers. This is why Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade's daughter have the powers as well. She got them from her dad. There's always going to be a member of the Cage bloodline, apparently, that holds those powers prior to the reset of the entire fucking MK multiverse in the newest Mortal Kombat 1 game. That's why the Cage bloodline has those powers. Shinnok's plot did not really include Liu Kang becoming who and what he became by the end of Mortal Kombat 11. They didn't include the death and destruction of Kronika. They didn't include, really, necessarily, the beheading and semi-death of Shinnok. Like, those were kind of just anomalies that Shinnok and Quan Chi just kind of went with and incorporated into their plans and made adjustments to incorporate them into their plans. The whole thing with Shang Tsung and who was it, Nightwolf and Fujin being trapped outside of time and breaking free was only initially part of Shinnok's plans with Quan Chi. But almost everything in Mortal Kombat lore prior to the reset of the Mortal Kombat multiverse that starts in the new game, so basically that reset takes place between the end of Mortal Kombat 11, including the DLC content, and the beginning of the new Mortal Kombat 1 game. In that little bit of a time period, while Liu Kang, with the help of Geras, is redoing the Mortal Kombat main universe and kind of sort of redoing the entire multiverse, by doing that, a lot of things end up changing because of Liu Kang. Liu Kang makes a lot of changes. We talked briefly about the one change that he made that I don't like, which is making Bihan, setting up Bihan to become Scorpion by preventing, I guess, Hanzo Hasashi from ever becoming Scorpion, by basically killing the rivalry and the fighting between the Lin Kuei and Hanzo Hasashi's clan, the Ryu something or other, I forget the exact name. Liu Kang is responsible for that happening by resetting basically what's the Mortal Kombat Prime universe, or what we call the main Mortal Kombat universe. That universe is essentially Mortal Kombat Universe 0. All the other Mortal Kombat universes basically spawned, as far as I understand it, and I could be wrong on this point, but my understanding is all of the rest of the Mortal Kombat multiverse spawns from that main Mortal Kombat universe. That's why all the events and stuff that we see take place in that main Mortal Kombat universe. They don't take place in alternative MK universes. It's almost all of it is in the main MK universe. That's why I believe the main universe in MK is the Prime or the original Mortal Kombat universe. Again, I don't know if that's true. That is my personal belief based on my understanding of Mortal Kombat lore. That doesn't mean that I'm right on this particular topic. A lot of what I've talked about, I know I'm right on. I've looked it up, I've seen it, I've watched it, I've read about it. So I know I'm right about almost everything else I've talked about. This one point, I don't know if I'm right on this singular point. This is educated guesswork on my part based on my knowledge of Mortal Kombat lore, which is far from being complete, mind you. I'm not the expert on Mortal Kombat lore. I'm not. I'm knowledgeable, yes. I know a lot, yes. But I'm not the singular expert on the lore. I don't know everything right now. I haven't learned everything. So, me saying that the main universe is the Prime original MK universe is an educated conjecture based on acquired knowledge at this point. So take it with a grain of salt. What I do know for sure is that Liu Kang obviously became the Keeper of Time. He took over Kronika's spot after he beat Kronika, after he became the God of Fire and Lightning. Once he merged with Raiden. I also know, because of reveals in Mortal Kombat 11, that up until that moment, in every Mortal Kombat universe, including the multiple resets apparently that the main Mortal Kombat universe had gone through, Raiden and Liu Kang at some point come into conflict with each other, and eventually one of them kills the other. Usually, my understanding is Raiden ends up killing, either accidentally or on purpose, ends up killing Liu Kang. But there are going to be some universes in the Mortal Kombat multiverse where it's the other way around. Obviously, like that's just going to happen. Like the law of averages alone dictates that there will be multiple universes where Kang kills Raiden, and there are going to be multiple universes where Raiden kills Kang. That same law of averages also dictates that there are also going to be at least a small handful of universes where neither kills the other. They may not be friends, they may not be allies, but they don't kill each other. There's also going to be a small handful of universes where they merge, much like they did in the main universe in MK11. Like, this is all just based on the law of averages. It can be. And most things tend to have a multiverse to them these days. But the main point you need to take away from all of this is that prior to this final universe reset that starts at the end of all the DLC content in Mortal Kombat 11 and officially begins at the start of the newest Mortal Kombat 1 game, what you need to know for sure is that around 95 to 98% of the events that happen in character backstories, in the lore, in all of it, is because of the plan of Shinnok using his agent Quan Chi to get himself free, tried to take over the Mortal Kombat, at least the main universe, possibly the multiverse. I'm unsure about the multiverse thing yet, but it makes sense that he would be going after all of the Mortal Kombat universes, not just one, to take them over, merge all the realms into one, become the ruler of all the realms, and in the process kill the Elder Gods, his fellow Elder Gods, as at that point he is a fallen Elder God who still retains like most of his powers as an Elder God, but not the status, and he did lose some of the Elder God powers. Like, it's all part of the plot in some way, shape, or form, on some level, to some degree, of Quan Chi and Shinnok to break Shinnok free of his Netherrealm prison and take over the realms. Like, it's all a part of that plot in some way, shape, or form. That's the important part of everything I've just told you regarding what I know of Mortal Kombat lore. Like official lore. Like lore sanctioned by Ed Boon and NetherRealm Studios and everybody involved directly in the initial creation and the follow-up creations in the Mortal Kombat universe or multiverse. This is all officially sanctioned lore that I've talked to you about, or almost all of it is. Like I said, there's a few points I'm not entirely 100% on. I make educated guesses on those couple of points based on my knowledge of Mortal Kombat lore and Mortal Kombat history, but those guesses are just that. They're just educated guesses based on my current level of knowledge of Mortal Kombat lore. Now, all of that said, the 90s films are not part, as far as I know, of the video game stuff. They're a separate universe. The newest film is not part of the video games. It's its own thing in the Mortal Kombat multiverse. The only show or films that I know of for sure which are a part of the video games universe for Mortal Kombat is the old cartoon called Mortal Kombat Defenders of the Realm, or the Realms. That is the only movie, live action, or animated shows that I know of for sure that are a part of the video game Mortal Kombat lore. Everything else is either tied to something else outside of that or is its own thing. Except for maybe one of the Legends thing. Give me a minute. I think one of the Legends deals with being directly tied into the video game lore. So we've got Snowblind, Battle of the Realms, and Scorpion's Revenge. And Cage Match. I'll have to rewatch all the Legend stuff and decide there. Well, I've got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to, along with the rest of the day, to try to master that. Get my fucking timing back. Alright, like I said in the message, I'll rewatch all the animated Legends stuff and see if, based on what I see in the contents of that, if any of it has to do with the video lore, the video game lore, or if it's lore based on other things, Mortal Kombat. But I believe at the very least, because I know I've watched Revenge of Scorpion, MK Legends Revenge of Scorpion. I know I've watched that, but it's only been like one time. It was a while back. I don't really remember it, but I believe that at least is tied directly into the video game lore. The other three animated film things that go with it, I don't recall having watched those yet. So I'm probably going to spend the night looking at those. And get a feel for what's in it. If nothing else, it'll bring me additional Mortal Kombat lore. Like, if nothing else, I'll learn some stuff about Mortal Kombat. I am Sub-Zero all the way. Like, Sub-Zero has been my main for over 20 years. And not so much in the newer games. Like, he wasn't really that much of a beast in 10, 11, or from what I've seen in the new MK1. Like, he's a beast as a cameo. Sure, I'll give you that. But as a fighter, they actually kind of pussified him. They kind of made him a pussy, which upsets me because Sub-Zero is supposed to be one of the strongest characters in the series that's not a boss or a mini-boss. Yeah, Frost, they actually did a pretty good job with the Frost cameo. I'm hoping later DLC character editions will put Frost and Jax as playable fighters, not just cameos. I also love how they changed the history of Katana, Melina, and Sindel. I mean, just the fact that they made Melina an official biological daughter of Sindel, someone that Sindel gave birth to at one point, versus being an evil clone created through biosorcery by Shang Tsung. I love that. I also love how they changed the history of Baraka and why Baraka and later on Melina end up looking the way they do. I love that turns into being a disease versus they were born and or created that way. Like, I think it makes more sense, at least in terms of Melina, that she was she contracted a disease that basically made her look like Baraka does, and that Baraka has that same disease. Like, it makes sense. And it's also a great plot point for the story of Shang Tsung. So I really appreciate that they played into that as well with that entire storyline. Like like I know the studio that does Mortal Kombat now is not the studio that was doing the games originally, and hasn't been for probably 10 or 15 years now. But I love all of these points because it shows that this new studio and I don't remember if the new studio is NetherRealm or somebody else. It shows that this new studio has put a lot of thought and effort into Mortal Kombat. That they didn't just get the franchise and go, well, you know, fuck it, we're just going to do some base bullshit, and that's all you're going to get. And we don't care if the fans hate it or not. We're doing it to make money. No, they've worked with Ed Boon and, you know, members of the original studio behind Mortal Kombat, and they worked closely with them and really put that effort in because they wanted to respect and pay homage to everything that Mortal Kombat is and has been for 25, 30 years. And I appreciate that they're doing that. You know, because I worry when studios take over beloved franchises from other studios that created those franchises. Like, let's take, for example, Microsoft and Bethesda. Microsoft owns Bethesda after acquiring Activision, which prior to their acquisition by Microsoft had acquired Blizzard. So Microsoft now owns 3 different studios with a series of franchises that I'm really passionate about. Activision for COD, Call of Duty. I love Call of Duty. I suck at it, but I love it. Bethesda for Fallout, for Elder Scrolls, for a few other things that I'm passionate about, but mainly Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Blizzard for WoW, for anything Warcraft, for Diablo, which is one of my favorite all-time franchises. Diablo. I fucking love Diablo and Warcraft. I have been playing Diablo and Warcraft since the late 90s. I started on Diablo 1 and Warcraft 1. I've been there for everything Diablo, for everything Warcraft. And I hate Diablo 4. I think Diablo 4 is a fucking joke. It sucks ass. It is a terrible fucking video game. It is an insult to the Diablo franchise, and it needs to be taken down, torn the fuck apart, and completely remade. That is my feeling on Diablo 4. I dread that they ever do a Warcraft 4 now that Microsoft owns Blizzard. I do like the concept, and I think this started before Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard. I like the concept that they took World of Warcraft and basically restarted it from the ground up, re-releasing each of the installments in the franchise or in the series. I love that. I think that's fantastic. Because my understanding is that they remastered each of the installments and did some reworking of like the storylines and the lore and shit to make everything work together a little bit better. So I love that. I love that. I love that for them. Diablo 4 was a fucking mess. Like, the mobile Diablo game was fucking better than Diablo 4. And that says something because it's a fucking mobile game and inherently limited on how good it could ever possibly be. That's sad that a mobile game in a franchise is better than a main console / PC game. Fucking pathetic. But I fear for the future of Fallout. I fear for the future of World of Warcraft or anything Warcraft. I fear for the future of Blizzard or Diablo and StarCraft, which I've never really played, so I can't say I'm a fan, but I know of it and I know it's very popular. I fear for the future of Elder Scrolls. I fear for the future of all these franchises because Microsoft now fucking owns the studios that make them. So now Microsoft has a fucking say in the design and creation process for all of these franchises' future games. Matter of fact, Activision is at least a quarter to half the reason why Diablo 4 is fucked up. Because they acquired Blizzard like a year and a half before the release of Diablo 4, which meant they got their hands on Blizzard while they were still in the process of making the fucking game. And while they have experience in online games, with online multiplayer games, because of COD, because of Destiny, and a few other franchises of Activision's, they don't fucking have the experience in online RPG fucking multiplayer games. They have no fucking knowledge or experience in that fucking arena. It's never been a part of their fucking repertoire. I know. I looked up their repertoire of games. I looked up their list of games. There's not a single fucking RPG on the list. Certainly nothing on the scale of a Warcraft or a fucking Diablo. They have a couple here and there which are one or two hitters, but nothing that's lasted for 20 to 30 fucking years. They don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. And they fucked up Diablo 4. They fucked it up. It's fucking Activision's fault. Now fucking Activision Blizzard is owned by fucking Microsoft, who has, I'll give them credit where it's due, they have experience with multiplayer online RPG games. They have some experience with it. Not a lot, but there's a minimal fucking there. There's a minimal there. Enough that I am willing to give them a chance with Fallout 4 and Elder Scrolls 6. I'm willing to give them a chance with that. But if they fuck it up, I'm going to let the entire fucking world know that I'm upset with them. I will rant through an entire stream, even a week's worth of streams over it, to work that shit out of my system. Because more than almost anything else in the video gaming arena, one thing I hate more than almost anything else is when one studio acquires a franchise or acquires a studio with a franchise that is has been ongoing for fucking years. And they're involved in the creation process, the design process of the next installment of that franchise, and then that next installment, when it's released, turns out to be fucked up from the floor up like Diablo 4 was. I mean, I didn't like Diablo 3 a whole lot. I thought Diablo 3 was boring, not very well thought out, just not a very exceptional game in the franchise. But even fucking D3 is better than D4. I'd rather play D3 over D4. I uninstalled fucking Diablo 4. I still have Diablo 3 installed. I still occasionally dip into it and play it. That tells you something there. And I'm very, very fucking particular about my games. But fuck me. Alright, I need to go grab coffee and use the restroom. Be right back. Sorry, I was on a bathroom and coffee run. When you said something. I consider Diablo 3 playable. Albeit barely. I kind of wish that they were still doing support for Diablo 3. Because what they need to do for D4 would take too long, and we need something in the meantime. And if they're not going to do support for D3, then I feel that they need to remake, remaster D1 and re-release it. You know, give the fans something. Because D4 was an unmitigated fucking disaster. That's basically my feelings on it. But the thing is, they're not very likely to give us anything with D1. I mean, they remastered and re-released D2, which is rightfully so the most popular game in the franchise. Justifiably, it's the most popular game in the franchise. But D1 was really good. And it's a very undervalued, slept-on game. Like, for example, let me ask you this. What was the first Diablo game to get ported to a PC? Or to a home console system from PC? Don't look it up. Do not Google the answer. You are incorrect, sir. Yes. And you're incorrect. Even most of the hardcore fans I've met didn't know this fact. Diablo 1 had a PlayStation 1 port. Diablo 1 also was the first Diablo game to have DLC content added to the game. And that DLC content came in the form of a disc on the PlayStation 1. It didn't get that DLC until after its PlayStation 1 introduction. Also, if my memory serves me correctly, and I believe it does, that DLC content came about because the Diablo 1 was such a massive hit with fans on both the PC and the PlayStation 1, the PS1, that fans started creating their own content for it, their own DLC. New classes, quests, items, etc. And Blizzard learned about it, reviewed a bunch of this stuff, found the one that they liked the most, and they made that the official DLC content for Diablo 1. I believe the guy got paid for it and everything. And if I remember my history of that right, like that dude that made that made a fucking bundle. A little bit of historical trivia for you relating to Diablo. Like I said, that's something that most fans aren't aware is the truth of Diablo 1. Most fans, even the most hardcore of them that I've spoken to, they all think that D2 was the first to get ported from PC to video game console. It's not. D1 was the first. Now, the difference is when D2 got ported to console, and this is very unfortunate, when D2 got ported to console, they made a shit ton of copies of D2. Like, you could still pretty easily find copies of Diablo 2 for home console systems on disc. Like, you really can. Plus, it's been remastered and re-released. So there's that. But with the release of the D1 port onto home consoles, there was a very, very limited number of them. Like, basically, it was an experiment by Blizzard to see how well porting a Diablo game from PC to console could work, at least for them, for some of their more popular franchises. And it was a massive success. But yeah. But it was so fun, though. I spent hours playing D1. And I still haven't actually beaten D1 like I have D2, D3, and D4. I've beaten all of those, but I never beat D1. Not true. I have a working PlayStation 1. All I need is a copy of the game. Problem is, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg. It's fucking expensive. Because, again, it was a limited home console release. I don't think they ever made more than a few hundred copies of it for the PlayStation 1. Give me a minute. Okay, so on Amazon, I'm seeing 2 copies of it running between $142.99 plus tax to a renewed version of the game for $159.99 plus tax. On eBay, I'm finding copies for as little as $69.99 plus tax and shipping. Up to $150. Hell, there's one for $240. Hell, here's a sealed copy of the factory sealed mint copy of it on eBay for $3,749.99. Another one, sealed factory, $1,500. So I'm seeing copies of it from as low as about $70 to as high as $4,000, essentially. That tells you how popular the fucking game is. That tells you how good Diablo 1 is. How much people fucking love that game. I don't have a computer capable of emulating the game, and I don't have a copy of D1 on disc, and I don't have a setup that's at this point capable of streaming off my PS1 and streaming it well. I could stream off of it. I have a setup for it. It just would stream very poorly. Like, I have a capture card, I have all the appropriate cords and everything to stream Diablo 1, or to stream off my PlayStation 1. I've actually done it before. But my PCs that I have access to right now just aren't really good for that. They would end up dropping the stream quite a bit. More my laptop than my desktop, obviously, but I still need to do quite a bit of work to put my laptop to a point where it's suitable for that. Like, I need to buy a shit ton of pieces, get some help installing them to increase my desktop's capabilities so that I can, at some point in time, stream off my desktop, and that way I can stream from my Xbox 360, my PS1, my retros that I have access to that emulate the old Sega Gen, I think it is, and the old Super Nintendo. They're kind of just trash offshoots of those systems, but they have games on there that are without actually using the game titles. They are the games. Just they didn't want to get in trouble for using copyrighted and trademark stuff, which I don't blame them for. You didn't hear nothing. Yeah, what I need to do to start with is get a better capture card. Like, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Along with that, I need to get better gear on my desktop. And then my ability to stream stuff will, like, the amount of stuff I could stream would increase exponentially. Especially since I have a Steam account. So I have a bunch of games on there, including one of my favorite all-time Sid Meier's games. There's a game called Sid Meier's Pirates that I absolutely fucking adore. It's just a fantastic game from start to finish in my mind. And there's still a lot in that game I need to do. It's a game called Sid Meier's Pirates. Started off as a PC game, but it got ported to a variety of home consoles. You can buy it on Steam for a relatively cheap price. It is a somewhat older game. Fucking Christ, let Congo get a move. It's a fun game. It really is. I really enjoy it. Like, I could easily spend weeks playing that game and not ever worry about getting bored. And that's weird with a game that's like 20 years old at this point. Oh, I don't have OBS up and running. So my sound alerts aren't working. Here, I actually forgot about that. There you go. You can't fucking have your goddamn cake and eat it too, you son of a bitch. Jesus. Fucking greedy little kids these days, I swear. Always wanting their fucking cake and to eat it too. Damn it! Her timing is all weird. Ow. See if you recognize this. Once I get ready. Don't read the screen, just listen. Although this one kind of gives itself away. No, it's not He-Man. I mean, it's He-Man adjacent, it's He-Man related, but it's not He-Man. No, it's not Thundercats either. It's not even He-Man adjacent. Try this one. No, she said, for the honor of Grayskull. She, not he. He-Man's sister, Adora. That one might be a little bit low. I almost had that one. No, I haven't yet. There we go. I can't even hear my Animaniacs. Ooh, almost all the way through level 4. Impressive. Yeah, fuck Wingle. Piece of shit waterfly. I love that version of the song. Alright, Snoog. You should be back from, should be back from Adland. So tell me, how'd you find me? Tried asking that earlier. I don't know if you heard me or not. Once I beat this on stream, this will be the second time in my life I've beaten the game. The first time I beat it in 6 days after purchasing it back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And that is not a joke. I just sat down and fucking power played it. Like, people think I'm joking around a little bit when I tell you I could beat the Super Zelda game, the Super Nintendo Zelda, in 6 hours. I'm not fucking joking. I could sit down, play that game, and have it beat in 6 hours. It's not that hard. No, it's not short, but 6 days to beat this, playing about 8 hours a day. For someone coming into this game for the very first time ever, and beating it in 6 days worth of effort, playing about 4 to 8 hours a day, that's a pretty impressive fucking period of time to beat this game. That is very impressive. Alright, but it is that time of the night. It's almost 10 o'clock my time. We're going to raid out to a guy named GameZar playing Cities Skylines. He is a non-affiliate, so show him all the love and appreciation, alright? Now, as I say every time I go to raid out for the final time every night, be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, have fun, stay the fuck out of trouble, exercise the rights, responsibilities, and privileges of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers you watch, because believe me, it makes our day. We fucking appreciate the hell out of it, whether we say it or not. As a streamer, show that love and respect to your viewers. Because while we could stream without them, we could do this job without the viewers, it wouldn't be any fun. This is your Immortal Sith Emperor, signing the fuck out.